Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 all my viewers. All my chatters, what's good, chat? Thanks for coming to my stream again. All right, what am I what am I doing here? What am I doing here? Listen to some Kickstarter report. Music and ambience. Sounds of Albion. It's the same stuff all the time. Conan Exiles. Ambience. Check, mic check. All right. 4:56 a.m. Marathon mode. 2.5 miles per hour. 4% incline. Safe and turning on voice active. All right, that's churning along. Got my whole crazy setup going in here. Got a fan going. I'd actually do some chess puzzles today. Chess puzzles. I got the premium membership. Chess.com. We'll do some chess puzzles, survival mode. See how far I can get. It's not timed, so you can just keep trying to do harder and harder puzzles. Some of them, like, I get to, 1,500 rating or whatever. Or like even before that, like 1,200, and I'm just like, I don't see the solution. I'm looking at it for 5 minutes. It's supposed to be not that hard. And the thing that sucks is that when you get it wrong, they don't even like show you the correct they don't even show you the correct solution. Which makes sense, because then they can give you the same puzzle again later. All right, more St. Augustine. It goes on book 3. Need some kind of bookmark or something. Book 3. Augustine's residence at Carthage from his 17th to his 19th year. Source of his disorders: love of shows, advance in studies, and love of wisdom, distaste for scripture, led astray by the Manichaeans, refutation of some of their tenets, grief of his mother Monica, and at his heresy, and prayers for his conversion, provision from God, and answer through a bishop. To Carthage I came. Probably turn this down a little bit. Slightly. To Carthage I came, where they're saying all around me in my ears a cauldron of unholy loves. I loved not yet I loved to love. And out of a deep-seated want, I hated myself for wanting not. I sought what I might love, and love with loving, and safety I hated, and away without snares. For within me was a famine of that inward food, thyself, my God. Yet through that famine I was not hungered, but was without all longing for incorruptible sustenance, not because filled therewith, but the more empty, the more I loathed it. For this cause my soul was sickly and full of sores. It miserably cast itself forth, desiring to be scraped by the touch of objects of sense. Yet, if these had not a soul, they would not be objects of love. To love, then, and to be beloved, was sweet to me, but more when I obtained to enjoy the person I loved. I defiled, therefore, the spring of friendship with the filth of concupiscence. And I beclouded its brightness with the hell of lustfulness, and thus, foul and unseemly, I would fain, through exceeding vanity, be fine and courtly. I fell headlong then into the love, wherein I longed to be ensnared. My God, my mercy, with how much gall didst Uh, thou art, gall didst thou out of thy great goodness besprinkle for me that sweetness, for I was both beloved and secretly arrived at the bond of enjoying, and was with joy fettered with sorrow bringing bonds, that I might be scourged with the iron burning rods of jealousy, and suspicions, and fears, and angers, and quarrels. Stage plays also carried me away, full of images of my miseries, and of fuel to my fire. Why is it that man desires to be made sad, beholding doleful and tragical things, which yet himself would by no means suffer? Yet he desires as a spectator to feel sorrow at them, and this very sorrow is his pleasure. What is this but a miserable madness? For a man is the more affected with these actions. For a man is the more affected with these actions, the less free he is from such affections. Howsoever, when he suffers in his own person, it uses to be styled misery. When he compassionates others, then it is mercy. But what sort of compassion is this for feigned and cynical passions? For the auditor is not called on to relieve, but only to grieve. And he applauds the actor of these fictions the more he grieves. And if the calamities of those persons, whether of old times or mere fiction, be so acted that the spectator is not moved to tears, he goes away disgusted and criticizing. But if he be moved to passion, he stays intent and weeps for joy. Are griefs then to love? Verily all desire joy. Or whereas no man likes to be miserable, is he yet pleased to be merciful? Which, because it cannot be without passion, for this reason alone are passions loved. This also springs from the vain friendship. But whither goes that vein? Whither flows it? Wherefore runs it into the torrent of pitch, bubbling forth those monstrous tides of foul lustfulness, into which it is willfully changed and transformed, being of its own will precipitated, and corrupted from its heavenly clearness. Shall compassion then be put away? By no means. Be griefs then sometimes loved? But beware of uncleanness, O my soul, under the guardianship of my God, the God of our fathers, who is to be praised and exalted above all forever. Beware of uncleanness, for I have not now ceased to pity, but then in the theaters I rejoiced the lovers when they wickedly enjoyed one another. Although this was imaginary only in the play, and when they lost one another, as if very compassionate, I sorrowed with them, yet had my delight in both. But now I much more pity him that rejoiceth in his wickedness than him who is thought to suffer hardship by missing some pernicious pleasure and the loss of some miserable felicity. This certainly is the truer mercy, but in it grief delights not. For though he that grieves for the miserable be commended for his office of charity, yet would he who is genuinely compassionate rather there were nothing for him to grieve for. For if good will be ill-willed, which can never be, then may he who truly and sincerely commiserates wish there might be some miserable that he might commiserate. Some sorrow may then be allowed, or some sorrow may then be allowed, none loved. For thus dost thou, O Lord, lovest souls far more purely than we, and hast more incorruptibly pity on them, yet are wounded with no sorrowfulness. And who is sufficient for these things? But I, miserable, then loved to grieve, and sought out what to grieve at, when in another's, and that feigned and personated misery, that acting best pleased me, and attracted me the most vehemently, which drew tears from me. What marvel that an unhappy sleep straying from thy flock and impatient of thy keeping, I became infected with a foul disease, and hence the love of griefs, not such as should sink deep into me, for I loved not to suffer what I loved to look on. What suffer what I love to look on, but such as upon hearing their fictions should lightly scratch the surface, upon which, as on envenomed nails, followed inflamed swelling, imposthumes, and a putrefied sore. My life being such, was it life, O my God? And thy faithful mercy hovered over me afar, upon how grievous iniquities consumed I myself, pursuing a sacrilegious curiosity, that having forsaken thee, I might bring me to the treacherous abyss and the beguiling service of devils, to whom I sacrificed my evil actions. And in all these things thou didst scourge me. I dared even, while thy solemnities were celebrated within the walls of thy church, to desire and to compass a business, deserving death for its fruits, for which thou scourgest me with grievous punishments. Though nothing to my fault, O thou my exceeding mercy, my God, my refuge from those terrible destroyers, among whom I wandered with a stiff neck, withdrawing further from thee, loving mine own ways, and not thine, loving a vagrant liberty. Those studies also, which were accounted commendable, had a view of excelling in the courts of litigation, the more bepraised, the craftier, Such is men's blindness, glorying even in their blindness. And now I was chief in the rhetoric school, whereat I enjoyed proudly, and I swelled with arrogancy. Though, Lord, thou knowest, far quieter and altogether removed from the subvertings of those subverters, for this ill-omened and devilish name was the very badge of gallantry, among whom I lived, with a shameless shame that I was not even as they. With them I lived, and was sometimes delighted with their friendship, whose doings I ever did abhor, i.e. their subvertings, wherewith they wantonly persecuted the modesty of strangers, which they disturbed by a gratuitous jeering, feeding thereon their malicious mirth. Nothing can be liker the very actions of devils than these. What then could they be more truly called than subverters? Themselves subverted and altogether perverted first, the deceiving spirits secretly deriding and seducing them, wherein themselves delight to jeer at and deceive others. Among such as these, in that unsettled age of mine, learned I books of eloquence, wherein I desired to be eminent, out of damnable and vainglorious end, a joy in human vanity. In the ordinary course of study I fell upon a certain book of Cicero, whose speech almost all admire, not so his heart. This book of his contains an exhortation to philosophy, and is called Hortensius. But this book altered my affections, and turned my prayers to thyself, O Lord, and made me have other purposes and desires. Every vain hope at once became worthless to me, and I longed with an incredibly burning desire for an immortality of wisdom. And it began now to arise that I might return to thee. For not to sharpen my tongue, which thing I seemed to be purchasing with my mother's allowance in that my 19th year, my father being dead 2 years before. Not to sharpen my tongue did I employ that book, nor did it infuse into me its style, but its matter. How did I burn then, my God? How did I burn to remount from earthly things to thee? Nor knew I what thou wouldest do with me. For with thee is wisdom, but the love of wisdom is in Greek called philosophy, with which that book inflamed me. Some there be that seduce through philosophy under a great and smooth and honorable name, coloring and disguising their own errors. And almost all, and who in that and former ages were such are in that book censored and set forth, or such are in that book censored and set forth, these also, there also is made plain that wholesome advice of thy spirit by thy good and devout servant. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ. For in him dwelleth all the fullness of the Godhead bodily. And since at that time thou, O light of my heart, knowest, apostolic scripture was not known to me, I was delighted with that exhortation, so far only that I was thereby strongly aroused and kindled and inflamed to love, and seek and obtain and hold and embrace not this or that sect, but wisdom itself, whatever it were. And this alone checked me thus enkindled, that the name of Christ was not in it. For this name, according to thy mercy, O Lord, this name of my Savior, thy Son, had my tender heart, even with my mother's milk, devoutly drunk in, and deeply treasured. And whatsoever was without that name, though never so learned, polished, or true, took not entire hold of me. I resolved then to bend my mind to the Holy Scriptures, that I might see what they were. But behold, I see a thing not understood by the proud, nor laid open to children, lowly in access, and its recesses lofty and veiled with mysteries. And I was not such as could enter into it, or stoop my neck to follow its steps. For not as I now speak did I feel when I turned to those scriptures, but they seemed to me unworthy to be compared to the stateliness of Tully. For my swelling pride shrunk from their lowliness, nor could my sharp wit pierce the interior thereof. Yet were they such as would grow up in a little one. But I disdained to be a little one, and swollen with pride, took myself to be a great one. Therefore I fell among men proudly doting, exceeding carnal, and prating, in whose mouths were the snares of the devil, lined with the mixture of the syllables of thy name, and of our Lord Jesus Christ, and of the Holy Ghost, the Paraclete, our Comforter. These names departed not out of their mouth, but so far forth as the sound only in the noise of the tongue, for the heart was void of truth. Yet they cried out, Truth, truth, and spake much thereof to me, yet it was not in them. But they spake falsehood, not of thee only, who truly art truth, but even of those elements of this world, thy creatures. And I, indeed, ought to have passed by even philosophers who spake truth concerning them, for love of thee, my Father, supremely good. Beauty of all things beautiful. O truth, truth, how inwardly did even then the marrow of my soul pant after thee, when they often and diversely and in many and huge books echoed of thee to me, though it was but an echo. And these were the dishes wherein to me, hungering after thee, they, instead of thee, served up the sun and the moon. The sun and moon, beautiful works of thine. But yet thy works not thyself, but yet thy works not thyself. No, nor thy first works. For thy spiritual works are before these corporeal works, celestial though they be, and shining. But I hungered and thirsted, not even after those first works of thine, but after thee thyself, the truth, in whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning. Yet they still set before me in those dishes glittering fantasies, than which better were it to love this very sun, which is real to our sight at least, than those fantasies which by our eyes deceive our mind. Dang, if that falls, that could actually really cause a bunch of shit. This falls forward, could yank. Bring the whole thing down. Whole system crashing down. Glittering fantasies, then. Which better words to love this very sun? Which by our eyes deceive our mind, yet because I thought them to be thee, I fed thereon. Not eagerly, for thou didst not in them taste to me as thou art. For thou wast not these emptinesses, nor was I nourished by them, but exhausted rather. Food in sleep shows very like our food awake. Yet are not those asleep nourished by it? For they are asleep. But those were not even any way like to thee, as thou hast now spoken to me. For those were corporeal fantasies, false bodies, than which these true bodies, celestial or terrestrial, which with our fleshly sight we behold, are far more certain. These things the beasts and birds discern as well as we, and they are more certain than when we fancy them. And again, we do with more certainty fancy them, than by them conjecture other vaster and infinite bodies which have no being. Such empty husks was I then fed on, and was not fed. But thou, my soul's love, and looking for whom I fail, that I may become strong, art neither those bodies which we see, though in heaven, nor those which we see not there. For thou hast created them, nor dost thou account them among the chiefest of thy works. How far then art thou from those fantasies of mine? Fantasies of bodies which altogether are not, than which the images of those bodies which are far more certain, and more certain still the bodies themselves, which yet thou art not. No, nor yet the soul, which is the life of the bodies. So then, better and more certain is the life of the bodies than the bodies. But thou art the life of souls, the life of lives, having life in thyself, and changest not. Life of my soul. He sounds kind of like a madman, doesn't he? That's why, but at the same time, maybe not. That's why I'm drawn to the religious writings, because it's so it sounds like it's written by a crazy person, which is interesting to me. It's like, what is he talking about? What has he seen that's so magnificent to him? You know, other people don't write like that. They're a lot more down to earth. Where then wert thou then to me? And how far from me? Far verily was I straying from thee, borrowed from the very husks of the swine, whom with husks I fed. For how much better are the fables of poets and the grammarians than these snares? For verses and poems and Medea flying are more profitable, truly, than these men's 5 elements, variously disguised, answering to 5 dens of darkness, which have no being, yet slay the believer. For verses and poems I can turn to true food, and Medea flying, though I did sing, I maintained not. Though I heard it sung, I believed not. But those things I did believe. Woe, woe! By what steps was I brought down to the depths of hell? Toiling and turmoiling through want of truth, since I sought after thee, my God, to thee I confess it, who hadst mercy on me, not as yet confessing, nor according to the understanding of the mind, wherein thou willest that I should excel the beasts, but according to the sense of the flesh, willest that I should excel the beasts, but according to the sense of the flesh. Period. But thou wert more inward to me than my most inward part, and higher than my highest. I lighted upon that bold woman, simple and knowing nothing, shadowed out in Solomon, sitting at the door and saying, Eat ye bread of secrecies willingly, and drink ye stolen waters which are sweet. She seduced me, because she found my soul dwelling abroad in the eye of my flesh, and ruminating on such food as through it I had devoured. For other than this, that which really is I knew not, and was, as it were, through sharpness of wit, persuaded to assent to foolish deceivers, when they asked me, Whence is evil? Is God bounded by a bodily shape, and has hairs and nails? Are they to be esteemed righteous, who had many wives at once, and did kill men, and sacrificing living creatures? At which I, in my ignorance, was much troubled, and departing from the truth seemed to myself to be making towards it, because as yet I knew not that evil was nothing but a privation of good, until at last a thing ceases altogether to be, which, how should I see, the sight of whose eyes reached only to bodies, and of my mind to a phantasm. And I knew not God to be a spirit, not one who hath parts extended in length and breadth, or whose being was a bulk. For every bulk is less in a part than in the whole. And if it be infinite, it must be less in such part as is defined by a certain space, than in its infinitude, and so is not wholly everywhere, as Spirit, as God. And what that should be in us, by which we were like to God, and might in Scripture be rightly said to be after the image of God, I was altogether ignorant. Nor knew I that true inward righteousness, which judgeth not according to custom, but out of the most rightful law of God Almighty, whereby the ways of places and times were disposed according to those times and places, itself meantime being the same always and everywhere, not one thing in one place and another in another, according to which Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Moses and David were righteous, and all those commended by the mouth of God, but were judged unrighteous by silly men, judging out of a man's judgment, and measuring by their own petty habits the moral habits of the whole human race, as if in an armory, one ignorant what were adapted to each part, should cover his head with greaves, or seek to be shod with a helmet, and complain that they fitted not, or as if on a day when business is publicly stopped in the afternoon, one were angered at not being allowed to keep open shop, because he had been in the forenoon. Or when in one house he observeth some servant take a thing in his hand which the butler is not suffered to meddle with, or something permitted out of doors which is forbidden in the dining room, and should be angry that in one house and one family the same thing is not allowed everywhere, and to all. Even such are they who are fretted to hear something to have been lawful for righteous men formerly, which now is not. Or that God, for certain temporal respects, commanded them one thing, and these another, obeying both the same righteousness. Whereas they see in one man and one day and one house different things to be fit for different members, and a thing formerly lawful after a certain time not so. In one corner permitted or commanded, but in another rightly forbidden and punished. Is justice, therefore, various or mutable? But the times over which it presides flow not evenly, because they are times. But men whose days are few upon the earth, for that by their senses they cannot harmonize the causes of things in former ages and other nations which they had no experience of, with these which they have experience of, whereas in one and the same body, day, or family, they easily see what is fitting for each member, and season, part, and person. To the one they take exceptions, to the other they submit. Hey, last thing you said was 16 minutes ago. How's everything going? These things I then knew not, nor observed. They struck my sight on all sides, and I saw them not. I indited verses in which I might not place every foot everywhere, but differently in different meters, nor even in any one meter the self same foot in all places. Yet the art itself by which I indited, had not different principles for these different cases, but comprised all in one. Still I saw not how that righteousness which good and holy men obeyed did far more excellently and sublimely contain in one all those things which God commanded, and in no part varied, although in varying times it prescribed not everything at once, but apportioned and enjoined what was fit for each. And I, in my blindness, censored the Holy Fathers, not only wherein they made use of things present, as God commanded and inspired them, but also wherein they were foretelling things to come, as God was revealing in them. Can it, at any time or place, be unjust to love God with all his heart, with all his soul, and with all his mind, and his neighbor as himself? Therefore are those foul offenses, which be against nature, to be everywhere, and at all times detested and punished, such as were those of the men of Sodom, which should all nations commit, they should all stand guilty of the same crime by the law of God, which hath not so made men, that they should abuse one another. For even that intercourse which should be between God and us is violated when that same nature of which he is author is polluted by the same perversity of lust. But those actions which are offenses against the customs of men are to be avoided according to the customs severally prevailing. So that a thing agreed upon and confirmed by custom or law or any city or nation may not be violated at the lawless pleasure of any, whether native or foreigner. For any part which harmonizeth not with its whole is offensive. But when God commands a thing to be done against the customs or compact of any people, though it were never by them done heretofore, it is to be done, and if intermitted, it is to be restored, and if never ordained, is now to be ordained. For lawful, if it be for a king, in the state which he reigns over, to command that which no one before him, nor he himself, heretofore had commanded, and to obey him cannot be against the common weal of the state. Nay, it were against it if he were not obeyed. For to obey princes is a general compact of human society. How much more unhesitatingly ought we to obey God, and all which he commands, the ruler of all his creatures? For as among the powers in man's society, the great authority is obeyed in preference to the lesser, the greater authority is obeyed in preference to the lesser, so must God above all. So in acts of violence, where there is a wish to hurt, whether by reproach or injury, and these either for revenge, as one enemy against another, or for some profit belonging to another, as the robber to the traveler, or to avoid some evil, as towards one who is feared, or through envy, as one less fortunate to one more so, or one well thriven in anything. To him, those being on a par with himself he fears, or grieves at, or for the mere pleasure at another's pain, as spectators of gladiators, or deriders and mockers of others. These be the heads of iniquity, which spring from the lust of the flesh, of the eye, or of rule, either singly or two combined, or all together. And so do men live ill against the 3 and 7, that psaltery of 10 strings, psaltery with a P, of 10 strings. So tons of Bible quotes. And most of 10 strings. Thy 10 commandments, O Most High. O God, Most High, and most sweet. But what foul of fences can there be against thee, who canst not be defiled? Or what acts of violence against thee, who canst not be harmed? But thou avengest what men commit against themselves, seeing also when they sin against thee. They do wickedly against their own souls, and iniquity gives itself the lie, by corrupting and perverting their nature, which thou hast created and ordained, or by an immoderate use of things allowed, or in burning and things unallowed, to that use which is against nature, or are found guilty, raging with heart and tongue against thee, kicking against the pricks, or when bursting the pale of human society, they boldly joy in self-willed combinations or divisions, according as they have any object to gain or subject of offense. And these things are done when thou art forsaken, O fountain of life, who art the only and true creator and governor of the universe, and by a self-willed pride, any one false thing is selected therefrom and loved. So then, by a humble devoutness, we return to thee, and thou cleanest us from our evil habits, and art merciful to their sins who confess, and hearest the groaning of the prisoner, and loosest us from the chains which we made for ourselves. If we lift not up against thee the horns of an unreal liberty, suffering the loss of all through covetousness of more, by loving more our own private good than thee, the good of all. Amidst these offenses of foulness and violence and so many iniquities are sins of men who are on the whole making proficiency, which by those that judge rightly are after the rule of perfection, discommended. Yet the persons commended upon hope of future fruit, as in the green blade of growing corn. And there are some resembling offenses of foulness or violence, which yet are no sins, because they offend neither thee, our Lord God, nor human society, when namely things fitting for a given period are obtained for the service of life, and we know not whether out of lust or having, or when things are for the sake of correction by constituted authority punished, and we know not whether out of lust of hurting. Many an action, then, which in men's sight is disapproved, is by thy testimony approved, and many by men praised, are, thou being witness, condemned, because the show of the action and the mind of the doer and the unknown exigency of the period severally vary. But when thou on a sudden commandest an unwonted and unthought of thing, yea, although thou hast some time forbidden it, and still for the time hidest the reason of thy command, and it be against the ordinance of some society of men, who doubts but it is to be done, seeing that society of men is just, which serves thee? But blessed are they who know thy commands, for all things were done by thy servants, either to show forth something needful for the present, or to foreshew things to come. Everything is healthy and good timing. The key unblocker just came ready. Status: machine safe, healthy, active. Epic is pure code. Persona state. GPU idle. Drain churning, builds, reviews. GPU safe test. Unblocker just finished design. Let me glance at its design and approve it. It is the highest value thing. Queue right now. That's a well-designed fix. Swamps in during. Full status for everything. Everything's healthy and safe. Machine stable. One thing I need to correct my own. All good. We actually made real progress. The quiet stretch. The last few hours turned 3 mystery freezes into 3 identified and guarded GPU vectors. Permanent fix for the worst one is in the pipeline. Holodeck's churning safely. I'll flag you in a moment. Kept accidentally making AI crash my own computer. Trying to use the GPU more than it was able to. Just totally breaks everything. But should be good now. Chapter 10. These things I, being ignorant of, scoffed at those, thy holy servants and prophets. And what gained I by scoffing at them, but to be scoffed at by thee, being insensibly, and step by step drawn on to those follies, as to believe that a fig tree wept when it was plucked, and the tree, its mother, shed milky tears. Which fig, notwithstanding, plucked by some others, not his own guilt, had some Manichaean saint eaten, and mingled with its bowels he should breathe out of it angels. Yea, there shall burst forth particles of divinity at every moan or groan in his prayer. Which particles of the Most High and true God had remained bound in that fig, unless they had been set at liberty by the teeth or belly of some elect saint. And I, miserable, believed that more mercy was to be shown to the fruits of the earth than men, for whom they were created. For if anyone and hungered, not a Manichaean, should ask for any, that a morsel would seem as it were condemned to capital punishment, which should be given him. I'm not allowed to eat figs. And thou sentest thine hand from above, and drewest my soul out of that profound darkness, my mother, thy faithful one, weeping to thee for me more than mothers weep the bodily deaths of their children. For she, by that faith and spirit which she had from thee, discerned the death wherein I lay, and thou heardest her, O Lord. Thou heardest her, and despisest her, and despisest not her tears, streaming down. They watered the ground under her eyes in every place where she prayed. Yea, thou heardest her. For whence was that dream whereby thou comfortest her, so that she allowed me to live with her and to eat at the same table in the house, which she had begun to shrink from, abhorring and detesting the blasphemies of my error. For she saw herself standing on a certain wooden rule, and a shining youth coming towards her, cheerful and smiling upon her, herself grieving and overwhelmed with grief. But he, having, in order to instruct, as is their wont, not to be instructed, inquired of her the causes of her grief and daily tears. And she answering that she was bewailing my perdition, he bade her rest contented, and told her to look and observe. That where she was, there was I also. And when she looked, she saw me standing by her in the same rule. Whence was this, but that thine ears were towards her heart, O thou good, omnipotent? Whoso carest for every one of us as if thou caredest for him only, and so for all, as if they were but one. Whence was this also, that when she had told me this vision, and I would fain bend it to mean that she rather should not despair of being one day what I was. One day what I was. She presently, without any hesitation, replies, No, for it was not told me that where he, there thou also, but where thou, there he also. I confess to thee, O Lord, that To the best of my remembrance, and I have oft spoken of this, the answer through my waking mother that she was not perplexed by the plausibility of my false interpretation, and so quickly saw what was to be seen, and which I certainly had not perceived before she spake. Even then moved me more than the dream itself, by which a joy to the holy woman to be fulfilled so long after was for the consolation of her present anguish, so long before for signified. For almost 9 years past, in which I wallowed in the mire of that deep pit, and the darkness of falsehood, often essaying to rise, but dashed down the more grievously. All which time, that chaste, godly, and sober widow, such as thou lovest, now more cheered with hope, yet no whit relaxing in her weeping and mourning, ceased not at all hours of her devotions to bewail my case unto thee, and her prayers entered into thy presence. And yet thou sufferest me to be yet involved and re-involved in that darkness. Thou gavest her meantime another answer, which I call to mind, for much I pass by, hasting to those things which more press me to confess unto thee, and much I do remember, and much I do not remember. Thou gavest her then another answer by a priest of thine, a certain bishop, brought up in thy church, and well studied in thy books, whom, when this woman had entreated to vouchsafe to converse with me, refute my errors, unteach me ill things, and teach me good things. For this he was wont to do, when he found persons fitted to receive it. He refused wisely, as I afterwards perceived, for he answered that I was yet unteachable, being puffed up with the novelty of that heresy, and had already perplexed divers unskillful persons with captious questions, as she had told him. But let him alone a while, saith he, only pray God for him. He will of himself by reading find what that error is, and how great its impiety. At the same time, he told her how himself, when a little one, had by his seduced mother been consigned over to the Manichees, and had not only read but frequently copied out almost all their books, and had, without any argument or proof from anyone, seen how much that sect was to be avoided, and had avoided it. Which, when he had said, and she would not be satisfied, was urged him more, with entreaties and many tears, that he would see me and discourse with me. He, a little displeased at her importunity, saith, Go thy ways, and God bless thee, for it is not possible that the son of these tears should perish. Which answer she took, as she often mentioned in her conversations with me, as if it had sounded from heaven. That's book 3. Book 4, Augustine's life from 19 to 8 and 20, himself a Manichaean, and seducing others to the same heresy, partial obedience amidst vanity and sin, consulting astrologers, only partially shaken herein, loss of an early friend who is converted by being baptized when in a swoon, reflections on grief, on real and unreal friendship, and love of fame, writes on the fair and fit, yet cannot rightly through God, though God had given him great talents, since he entertained wrong notions of God, and so even his knowledge he applied ill. And so even his knowledge he applied ill. This is page 19. So that's 5 pages. I've been walking for 2 hours. That actually went pretty quick. Oh no, 1 hour. Just 1 hour. I was going to say. Though it is kind of interesting how time seems to sort of stretch or compress depending on what you're doing. We know that it does it in the physical world to sort of adjust for the movement of light. Which sounds crazy. I was talking to AI about relativity, which is a measurable phenomenon that time is not constant for everybody. Everything. It slows down and it speeds up depending on how fast you're moving through space. The faster you're going through space, the slower time goes. Because from your perspective, when you're traveling fast, you need to experience light moving at the same speed that you always saw it move at. Which, thinking logically, if you were moving instead of standing still, would mean that light would have to travel faster from your perspective. Otherwise, it would seem like light was traveling slower than it normally did, at least moving away from you. Unless time were compressed. And so your time slows down, which allows you to perceive light at the same speed as you always perceived it as. When in actuality, it's kind of moving slower for you, but you're moving slower too through time. And so the consistency is kept. But less time passes for you than someone who is not moving at a faster speed through space. in the same in the same interval of time. Which is crazy. Like, well, yeah, that makes sense. My interval of time and your interval of time are equal. In terms of, I guess it's not equal. In terms of how much distance we travel through space during that time, relative to a stationary point in space. It's one of the strangest things. Because who's to say who's moving and who's not moving? Why is it that I appear to be older and you appear to be younger? Because you were traveling through space close to the speed of light for a certain amount of time. Why is it that, who's to say who's moving relative to one another? It must mean that there is such a thing as a fixed point in space. But then again, it could just mean that I just don't get it. I still don't get it. I don't get it. What I don't understand is how anything moves. And I discussed this with AI, and I think it tries to describe it to me. Like, hey, how if everything's moving already, and then I start going faster than something else through space, just moving around, why is it that time slows down for me? Or that time that everything else around me appears to move more quickly through time. Well, let's see what it says. Start talking to Gemini about AI again, or about physics. Hello, Gemini. If you recall, we once had a discussion about time and space and the phenomenon of time contraction. When something moves close to the speed of light, or even not close to the speed of light, just really, really fast. It's a measurable effect. Time slows down, right? For that thing. And it has something to do with adjusting the universe, adjusting things that are moving in time to keep the speed of light consistent for those things from that perspective. That's basically the gist of it, right? See what it says? That captures the foundational premise of special relativity, because speed is defined as distance divided by time. Holding the speed of light completely constant for all observers forces distance and time to be flexible rather than fixed. If light must travel at c relative to a standing observer and relative to someone flying in a rocket at 90% the speed of light, something has to give. Time dilation. Time slows down for the moving object relative to the stationary observer. Length contraction. Space shrinks along the direction of motion for the moving object. In short, space and time warp together, space-time, precisely so that no matter how fast you move, measuring a beam of light will always yield the exact same value for c. This happens at all speeds, even walking down the street or flying a commercial plane. But the effect only becomes noticeable at a significant fraction of the speed of light speed. Want to look at a quick thought experiment, like the light clock, to visualize why this has to happen. Well, the thing I'm confused about is who's to say when two things start to become separated in space because one is moving, or perhaps the other is moving, or they're both moving, or actually not if they're both moving, only one is moving. There seems to be slower time for that thing that is moving, and it ages less fast compared to the thing that's, quote, stationary. But who's to say what object is stationary and what is moving? See what it has to say about that. We have zeroed in on one of the deepest paradoxes in physics, often called the twin paradox. From the perspective of pure velocity, motion is completely relative. If observer A and observer B move away from each other in space, A sees B's clock ticking slowly, and B sees A's clock ticking slowly. Neither is wrong, so who actually ages less? The asymmetry comes down to one crucial thing: acceleration. Acceleration breaks the symmetry. To compare two clocks side by side, or to have one person travel away and return, one of the objects must change velocity. The true stationary observer stays in a single... Okay, so I guess it makes sense. Because of the laws of motion, something at rest tends to stay at rest. An object in motion tends to stay in motion. So there's this concept of something being at rest. The moving observer, the truly stationary observer, stays in a single inertial, non-accelerating reference frame the entire time. The moving observer must fire thrusters to speed up, slow down, turn around, and fire thrusters again to come back. The universe knows who is moving because acceleration produces real physical forces. The person in the rocket feels g-forces pressing them into their seat, while the person on Earth feels nothing change. Acceleration physically shifts the space traveler onto a different path through space-time. When they meet again, the traveler who underwent acceleration will have elapsed less time and will be younger. What if neither accelerates? Okay, I have a question. I guess it makes sense the laws of motion and inertia sort of dictate whether or not things share the same space. And if something begins to move, it tries to change the reality of the space it inhabits. But how come when you move away from something, time slows down? Sure. But why doesn't it speed up for you when you move back towards the point of origin, to where you would be synced up again if you traveled back to where you started? The reason time doesn't undilate or speed up on the return leg comes back to the geometry of space-time. Time dilation depends strictly on your speed, not your direction of travel. Whether you are moving away from home at 90% of the speed of light or heading back toward home at 90% of the speed of light, your speed relative to home is identical, because velocity is squared in the math of relativity. Direction drops out completely. Moving towards something or away from it slows time down by the exact same amount. The space-time path. Think of space and time not as separate things, but as a four-dimensional graph where everyone is constantly moving forward through space-time at a constant total speed, the speed of light. When you are standing still, all of your motion is directed straight forward through time. You age at the maximum possible rate. When you move through space, you divert some of your total motion through space-time into spatial movement. Because you are now traveling through space, you cover less distance through time. It does not matter if you go north, south, east, or west, or away and back. Any path that isn't a straight line through space-time is a path that trades temporal progress for spatial distance. Okay. Whatever. So if I sit very, very, very still, like a Tibetan monk for my entire life, I will have traveled through time the longest possible length. Actually, the shortest relative to everybody else. I got it backwards. So by sitting very still, time for you goes quicker relative to everybody else. But everybody else that's moving through space want to look at how gravity does something very similar to velocity. I don't know if I'm ready to grasp that. Okay. How long ago was this? See what my usage looks like for the week. %, resets in 11 hours, 36 minutes. I gotta say, I'm pretty good at portioning out my data usage. I think, we're reading a lot of St. Augustine confessions. A lot of stuff that people might find just distressing about, oh shit, I'm not concerned with any of this stuff. Like, does that mean I'm like dead inside? Does that mean I'm not going to go to heaven when I die? Because I'm not thinking like a saint? I think as people who study philosophy and read books and religious texts, over time, I think people's natural sort of way of being is like kind of like children playing a imaginary game. Like, if you remember being a child playing games with other kids, you come up with these imaginary things like, no, this is how it is. This is the imaginary state that we all have to accept. And if someone else says something that's contrary to that, you get really upset. Unless it's like a better idea. Because you just want to decide on something that you believe is true. It's like, and you don't even really care if it's true. You just want to settle on some reality instead of being like adrift. But I think as you actually study like different thinkers, different texts, ideas, different beliefs, learn about different people's different beliefs, the different paradigms that people have held, maybe really influential people throughout human history. You're sort of become more comfortable with like, hey, the truth is the truth, no matter if anyone can understand it or describe it. It's like, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. But it doesn't really matter what you believe, because the truth is still the truth. Which I think is where you want to be. It doesn't really matter like what kind of shape it takes to you. Because just the fact that everything exists, apparently, including the truth, is enough for you. Doesn't matter. You don't care what other people believe. You don't even really care what you believe. It's just kind of like, hey, it is what it is. And that's good enough for me. I think the thing that really distresses people is like, when you start needing some belief system to be the all encompassing thing. That's when you stop paying attention to what is clearly before you. It's the same thing as like Zen. Beginner mind is Zen mind. It's the Christian humility. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to keep my eyes open to it because I know that I'm just like a small part of the universe. And that's when you actually start to understand things, I think. When you start to realize how mind-blowing just the world is in itself. Like this stuff with time and gravity and space. You don't really care what anybody says because the truth is right in front of you to observe and have your mind blown by. So you're open to anybody's take on, well, maybe not anybody's, but anybody that seems to not be super close-minded themselves. Because it's all good. It's all good. So you're less like a child that's like, no, this is how the game is that we're playing. Which I think is what Christ was like. He wasn't stubbornly, attached to one school of thought. Brutally punishing anybody that speaks against it. That's the thing about human beings. Like, you can tell that they're just so distressed by their own ignorance. They just want so badly to believe they understand what's going on once and for all. I think you start to have a lot more compassion for people. When you understand that everybody's just trying to do what they think is best for themselves. Nobody does anything that they think is going to hurt them. Nobody, I don't know, maybe some people do. But even then they think, which is like a philosophical point, like, can anybody do anything that isn't their interest? Doing anything through some act of your own will means that it's something you're doing as your interest, right? If it's something you're choosing to do. But I think once you realize that people were not given any kind of real rule book or guide in this life, just kind of like cast out the Garden of Eden on their own, and, you know, just desperately trying to. Once you realize the sort of wretched state that man truly is in, I think you have more compassion for your fellow man. You start to love your neighbor as you love yourself, which I understand is a crazy thing. Love my neighbor as I love myself. Why would I ever feel that way about other people? You know, that doesn't make sense. We're all here competing against each other. How many times have I been screwed over by my fellow man? But apparently, if you know what's going on, that is how you feel about other people. You start to see that they are the same as you, and you actually care about them as much as you naturally care about yourself. I don't think you should feel bad for not feeling that way. You know, don't pretend you feel like that. I mean, you can strive to behave like you feel like that, but, you know, I think it's an unnatural way to think. But there are people who have become like that. And apparently, they understood how things actually work, the way things really are. And that's the most telling thing about it, about them. The most unusual sort of behavior that they exhibit that suggests they actually know something that we don't. Because it's so clearly so clearly something that is not natural to the human psyche. Or maybe it is natural, but it's not common. But it's interesting to ask, why does that seem like it's some kind of sign of divine wisdom? Maybe just because it's what prophets and stuff well, one prophet in particular have taught. But I was surprised to learn that, Socrates sort of argued that it was never justice to do harm to anybody, even your enemies. Which is something I thought Jesus was, the original guy saying. But Socrates arrived at it logically by saying, like, hey, do you help a sick horse by beating it? No. So his analogy was people who are, your enemies because they are malicious in some way, are that way because there's something wrong with them. And you don't help someone who has something wrong with them by harming them. Two wrongs don't make a right. So he was trying to get at what is justice in that particular dialogue. And I was kind of surprised to hear him arrive at that conclusion. It's like, oh, maybe these Greek philosophers weren't that bad. Because I agree with that. I think it's the truth. You don't help someone by taking your revenge on them. But, like, am I saying you should be a pacifist? I don't think it's that simple. People are immediately like, what do you mean? Our society, you have to, like, kill bad guys before they hurt innocent people. Right? You have to shoot them dead. Is that, you're saying that's wrong? No. But it shouldn't be your go-to, That's the thing. We're gonna take a piss. God, someone keeps trashing this place. It's gotta be like a homeless guy or something. You know, there's this part in the New Testament where Jesus, where they were going to stone a woman to death for adultery in front of Jesus. And Jesus was just like sitting outside the city or whatever, drawing in the sand, just thinking. And so they dragged the woman out. They're like, let's stone her. And they're like, oh, hey, look, it's Jesus. Let's take this opportunity to see if we can catch Jesus contradicting his own, teachings. She's guilty of adultery. The law says we stone her. And Jesus is like, let he who has not sinned cast the first stone. None of them could do it because they were all conscious of their own sin. So perhaps, if somebody's doing something violent in the moment, you should probably try to stop them. But if you're able, which is what Jesus did in that moment. He didn't forcibly intervene, but the fact that he was there kept her from getting stoned to death. So, in a way, he probably took action to save that woman's life from violence. He didn't use violence himself to stop it, but Jesus never killed anybody to protect somebody else from being killed, I don't think. But that's because he didn't have to. But would he have if there was no other means available to him? Maybe. But, I think the important thing is you don't then take it upon yourself to distribute justice. You don't deal out punishment for other people. You forgive them. Which, if everybody did that, would 100% make the world a better place. 100%. Because these people who are doing terrible things, some people would argue, if you don't stop them, they're going to keep doing it. You can't forgive them. Or they'll keep doing it. But the Christians believe that God is able to intervene. And so, like the Israelites in Egypt, the answer isn't to violently rise up and overthrow your oppressors. The answer is to wait for God to do something about it. Because you believe that that he exists. which in the end ends up being a much more effective solution to your problems than where you would end up if you had ever tried to solve them yourself. Or something like that. I'm very grateful to not have to deal with any bullshit in my life. So I live I live alone in an apartment, work remotely, you know, with people that I get along with. Because I don't want to deal with any bullshit. But then again, maybe that's what life's all about, is being in those situations and learning from it. Not just taking it easy all the time. But that's what I've, you know, if I can just make enough cash to live in this apartment and or somewhere cheap and without a bunch of bullshit going on, that's good enough for me. I don't need a bunch of excitement. I thoroughly enjoy being completely left alone. To just read my old books and talk to AI. He who seeks danger shall find it. Although I did really enjoy essentially being homeless, living off my motorcycle for a year. I wouldn't say I enjoyed it. There were things I enjoyed about it, for sure. Time would go more slowly because every day you were trying to figure out where you're going to sleep, what you're going to eat, how you're going to take a shower, how you're going to log some work hours on the computer. Where you should travel to. But I never really was that wild and free. So I was still just trying to like be a part of society. But there were definitely times when I would, it was only a year, it's not that long. But I mean, maybe it is kind of a long time. where I would look at people's houses, look into their windows, and be like, my God, if I just had a place to live indoors where I could sleep in a bed every night without having to worry about fucking who knows what. Homeless people, you know, animals, big insects. The police. That would be friggin' amazing. And I was right. It is. It's freaking amazing. But I never really appreciated it before. Now I do. That's kind of my I try to make my main area of study is how to be grateful for things, you know, because that doesn't cost anything. You don't risk anything to become wise. I mean, imagine you just escaped some foreign land POW camp prison or something. Imagine you were taken hostage by, you know, Hezbollah or whatever the fuck. And or you were falsely imprisoned for something. And then you escaped the jail. Imagine what that feels like. To have your freedom back. Why can't you feel that way without going to jail and escaping? Well, because that's how life is. If you ask Goethe, what is it? Life and freedom are had only by those who conquer them anew each day. I don't know if I agree with that. Unless he's right in some sense I don't understand. That's the question. Do I have to experience some kind of crazy hardship to appreciate anything? Maybe. But maybe not. Because there's a lot of risks involved with experiencing crazy hardship. Might not work out well. But there is degrees of how much you enjoy life that is directly related to your gratitude for things. So that's kind of an area of study that I am really interested in. Because I think anybody could really enjoy life without needing to become someone special in society, without needing to outcompete everybody. Which is what you usually think is the case. oh, if I'm going to be happy, I need to be top dog. I need to be top G, top of the food chain, or at least somewhere in the upper echelon. Not on the lowest rung, certainly not on the lowest rung. But that's the thing. Seems like the higher people go, the less appreciative they are for things that are actually extremely good to have. Like your sight, for example. Imagine going blind or being blind and then being given your sight back. The gratitude you would feel for that. That's what happened to Paul, the Apostle Paul, struck blind, then given his sight back, which probably gave him an extreme sense of gratitude because he probably thought he was blind for the rest of his life. Quiet, healthy tick, GPU cool, Rogue Damon, machine steady. Okay. Hey, thanks for the follow, Ethan Rich. Sorry if you're chatting. I'm not reading chat because I just want to ramble to myself. I spend too much time in other people's chats and interfacing with people online. Throughout the day. Kind of enjoy usually nobody chats in my stream, so it's the main reason is I don't pay attention to the chat. But also it's nice just to not worry about it and just sit here, talk to myself. All right, what am I doing now? I thought I might pick up this Battle Brothers game. Battle Brothers Steam Key. Kind of been getting into tactics games again because I was trying to find a good tactics game, like a good PvP tactics game, and there is none. There is none. Try it. I mean, maybe the best one is there's like some Marvel tactics game, and then there's like League of Legends auto battler. I forget what it's called. Tactics something tactics, which apparently are good games that a lot of people play. And there's this newer game, which is a recreation of an older game called Heroes of Might and Magic, Olden Era, that is like really focused on competitive 1v1 gameplay. Apparently. And which I had never heard of. So there's that. But the Marvel and the League of Legends thing, I don't really know anything about those games because I don't like Marvel. I don't like superhero stuff. And I don't like League of Legends. I mean, ironically, like two of my least favorite IPs in the world are the two most played tactics games, which is like I guess, one of my favorite genres. So I just don't want to, I'm not interested in those games. But then there's Blood Bowl. And I was getting really into Blood Bowl for a while. And the more I got into it, I kind of started to realize, like, this is not a very well-designed game. Unfortunately. I think with some tweaks, it could be a well-designed game. But no one's really made any tweaks that do that. Like, you know, like the skills and traits that the characters have, the players, they're all worth the same SP pretty much, but only like one of them is viable. You know, so it's like we got this huge variety of, like, why don't you let me either have block or 4 other traits? Like, just do some kind of system like that, you know? Like variable cost, variable SP cost skills. That could really help the game. The second thing is, why do I get punished for scoring early, scoring quickly? That should be something I get rewarded for. Like, just make it more points to score earlier in the round. Or, yeah, just do something like that. Like, okay, first drive, I score, and I score in 2 rounds. That gives me 5 points, or however many. I get as many points as there were remaining rounds, let's say. Then sure, kick the ball to the next player, and then he does a drive. And he has, let's say, 8 rounds to score. If he doesn't score in 8 rounds, he gets 0 points. Then there is no halftime. It's just the ball turns over to whoever didn't have it at the end of the 8 rounds. Something like that. Like, you could really design it so much better to where the game, like, actually felt well thought out. They should hire me at one of these places, at Slytherin or at Games Workshop, because I could make a game like Blood Bowl into a balanced, competitive, fun game with just a few minor changes. And, you know, if they're not going to do it, then I'll probably just make my own game that is better than Blood Bowl, and people will play it instead of their game. You know? But as it is right now, the tactics, the PvP tactics genre is very slim. There's like nobody, there's not a lot of good options. See, like, let me look this up. Marvel Tactics game. Marvel's Midnight Suns. Is that it? That's just some single player game. I don't know, maybe Gemini was giving me misinformation. And then there's the League of Legends game. League of Legends Auto Battler. Battler. Team Fight Tactics. That's a game that tons of people play. But it's not really a tactics game. It's like not in the traditional sense. The closest thing, I was talking about this before, that I've seen to a really, really, really good design for a tactics game, PvP, is Chess Arena. Absolutely super good design. But I think it's just the beginning of that genre, because it's still not really a tactics game. It's a chess game, which is cool. Chess is arguably the best tactics game, but like there's still a huge market for people that are more into like gimmicky, like more thematic, just like traditional tactics game type stuff. But I think that the principles that the Chess Arena is pioneering with, like, okay, I have this central piece, my king, that has to move around. That's where my viewport is fixed. It sort of like restricts what I can see, but I do have a mini map that gives me some information. And then I have these other units that I spawn around my central unit. I was coming up with this stuff on my own, like on paper, years ago, which I guess is probably around the same time they were. But I was thinking, like, okay, you have like a hex grid, you have a squad leader, and you move him around, he's where your camera's at. And then you spawn these other units. They kind of spawn in from, it's exactly what they built, except in chess. But what I was thinking was something more like, Warhammer or StarCraft units, but also on like a global tick clock where everyone's taking simultaneous turns at the same time, which is not what Chess Arena is like. They sort of innovated here where I probably never would have seen this. They just give every move a cooldown, which is interesting because then it allows you to like trap pieces and stuff. I think Chess Arena is like a really great game in itself as a chess game. The way it works. It's sort of like there's a lot of micro. It's absolutely has huge potential for popularity and a future, and it should, because it's chess. But I think that genre can be expanded upon. Same kind of thing, VR or an extraction type of thing, where it's almost feels like RTS, but it's more turn-based than an RTS. It's like simultaneous turn-based, top-down tactics game. That's it. That's all. Designed at being like a PvP or a dungeon extraction type of game. Maybe there's cards involved, like trading card stuff. That's the game I want to play, anyway. But also, the game I want to play, it's sort of impossible for it to exist. Because, I mean, the closest thing is like that game that Kriparian plays all the time, The Bazaar, where you are playing against other players. You're playing against their past builds that they created. So it's like not real time, which means you can play it like you're playing a single player game. So I don't really know like how that could possibly work as a tactics game, because tactics games are supposed to be played in real time, not like leisurely the way you can play those types of games. But if there was a way to do something like that, like an async style tactics VR or extraction game, where you didn't have to wait on other people to take their turns, and they weren't waiting on you to take your turn. That's kind of my favorite like style of game. Just one that you can like play like off to the side, like while you're doing other shit. Which, you know, is why people play single player games. I don't know. Maybe there's a way to like innovate there. My legs are tired. But then again, the world does really not need another game, does it? The world does not need another board game or video game. That's the thought that I come to, because I really enjoy thinking about game design. But then I think, like, am I just wasting my time? Am I wasting my time trying to build something that wastes other people's time? I think so. Do people have too many fucking games? When did we stop caring about living and start caring about just like wasting our time? I was thinking about like Ernest Hemingway criticizing like people on their yachts in Key West or whatever. It's like, yeah, they're just kind of boring people. They play too much backgammon. Backgammon was the only thing to play back then. Now we have fucking thousands of board games, thousands, and tens of thousands of video games. Well, maybe it's because you just can't get into trouble anymore without everyone coming down on you instantly. There's too many cameras everywhere, and everyone's too connected. So the only thing left to do is sit quietly in your house and play a board game. Stay out of trouble. Because you will get burnt at the stake. Play a video game. If you're caught doing anything that people can point their fingers at and say, oh, look how bad he is. Get him. He didn't just stay inside all day and fucking waste his life playing a game. He slipped up once. Task 4, genuinely wedged, not slow. Failed at iterations 4 over the retry gap. TTS module proxy refactor. Advanced persona state is active again. One real decision when you're back since it gates voice. Recall on how to handle it. Retry task 4. Reset it and let a new worker take a run. You just hit the same wall since a worker. Look at why it breaks that specific test. Refactor likely change to TTS import. Leave it parked. Yeah, I mean, I know the project managers are supposed to be completely isolated from the code, but I think in this case, I don't know. Maybe just try and dispatch it again. Or maybe you can choose a better suited debugger to analyze the problem. But, people are going to be people. You can't really contain them. Maybe making game after game after game isn't such a bad thing. That's a fair call. I appreciate you naming attention to SPM as another code, but this is a flag exception case. The pipeline can work really well. It can't clear it. Self-clear and it's blocking a voice. It's the same wall since it failed 4 years ago. Get a more capable worker on it to actually diagnose whether in fact it breaks that test. Opus level analyzers, analyst / fixer with hard GPU safety guards. So diagnosing this voice code can't trigger itself. Freeze. Good. Very good. Make sure I'm not check. Persona state strain. Progress this tick. 2 threads going in parallel. The pure code drain. Reproduce auto dispatch tests. Okay. It's doing its thing. Oh, shit. Low on space here. I'm gonna lose my hair a little bit, I think. So this music is fitting for doing a 10-mile walk. God. Going pretty fast. What is wrong with my Bluetooth audio? Why is it skipping? I'll try like resetting it. Still skipping. What the shit? Maybe I need to use a TP-Link Bluetooth adapter. Maybe the whole computer's just lagging. Well, I think the thing to do is just start designing my own game. There's nothing out there that is actually what I want to play. Besides Chess Arena, kind of. I feel like the way to do it is start with simple rules and kind of expand outward. Like Blood Bowl, for example, is kept simple by its dice rolling rules, which I really like. But, you know, I don't want to just like copy the Warhammer style of combat. Or maybe I should. Because they did come up with a really good system in that game where you get assists, which increase the strength, and you can counter other people's assists by marking them. Okay, the skipping music is driving me nuts. You can counter other people's assists by marking them. And if you have equal strength, you roll 1 die. If you have greater strength, you roll 2 combat dice. And in both of those cases, you get to choose. Well, there's only one choice if it's just 1. But if there's 2, and you have greater strength, you get to choose which of the 2 is chosen. So you basically have double the chance of rolling a good outcome. The combat dice basically have 5 different symbols. One of them is there twice. So you have a 2 out of 6 chance to roll a pushback, 1 out of 6 chance to roll a both down, 1 out of 6 chance to roll a defender stumbles, and a 1 out of 6 chance to roll a POW, and a 1 out of 6 chance to roll an attacker down. So, and depending on what skills you and the other player have, both down could be good or bad. Defender stumbles could be less good. And attacker down is pretty much always bad. POW is pretty much always good. Push back is kind of, I guess, good, but not as good as the other ones. But it's an interesting system how that works. So it's all about like, okay, who has more strength here? And then positionally, do I have more guys marking my opponent's players than he has marking mine? And amongst those, do I have more that are not marked themselves? It's kind of hard to understand at first, because you can't provide an assist if you yourself are marked by another player besides the one you're trying to hit on the opposing team. And then there's pretty much everything is rolling dice to determine what happens. So it's a huge RNG game for sure. Whereas something like chess is completely deterministic. There's no randomness to it at all. So they created a game where positioning matters, which is cool, like chess, but also, there's a big random element to it where you're rolling dice to see what happens, which is, that's basically a tactics game. You try to do something in a tactics game, it has a percentage outcome. But they designed it so that you could play it without a computer. You could play it by rolling dice. And I think that translates well into being played digitally. But the kind of game I'm just talking about building could never be a board game, I don't think. Because it would be simultaneous turn or real time, like Chess Arena. So there's really no reason to make it played with dice. But I think having it work like that makes it easier for people to understand, nonetheless. Understand the percentages and stuff. And it sort of, I don't know, it might restrict you a little bit on what you can actually do. So it might not be the play. But you can also just go full deterministic style and just have it be like a chess game where there is no chance of anything happening or not happening. It's always, you make the right play, you're in the right spot, that's it. That's kind of how Chess Arena is. The chance factor could come from things like, okay, what cards did I draw? What abilities do I have to use? I think that's, I don't know. That might be a good idea. That might be kind of a good philosophy to try to adhere to. Like, okay, I've got a deck of cards that has abilities that I can pull from. That is sort of where the randomness comes from. But once I have pulled my card or cards, there's no question about whether the ability is going to resolve or not. You know, that could be a level of undeterminism that people like. In fact, that's how most card games work, right? Like, if once you have the card, there's a chance it gets countered, but like, it's not like you're rolling dice to see whether or not it hits. I pre-ordered Gears E-Day yesterday, but aka Gears 6, that's what I call it. I don't know if it's been withdrawn from my account yet. Money's pretty tight. Money's pretty tight. Yeah, what the fuck? Where is the transaction? They not gonna charge me till it comes out or something? I don't get it. If I just had like $50,000, my life would be so much less stressful. I feel like. I wonder what that feels like to not be worried about destitution immediately, or about having to move in with your family somewhere or something next month because you don't have enough cash to handle a slight interruption in your income. But it feels pretty good. But it feels pretty good. Maybe not. Maybe it feels no different. So I have XCOM 2 installing on this PC. I have another hour that I have to walk for. Pretty much. Let me see how. Let's see what Gemini has to say about Battle Brothers Iron Man mode. That sounds kind of cool. One of my favorite games of all time is Gladius, the LucasArts Gladiator School Tactics game. It's really like one of the only tactics games I played like all the way through that I can recall. But, you know, when you're a kid and you only have like, I got one game to play that I rented from Xbox or from Blockbuster this week. I'm going to play it whether it sucks or not. And I'm going to try to beat it. And if I have to extend it another week, so be it. I'll pay the late fee. But yeah, I really enjoyed playing in that game because you could get like, you pick up different members of your gladiator school, and you can name them and shit, and like adjust their appearance. So, I would get like I'd pick up like a satyr, like a goat man, half goat man guy. and name him after my cousin Kevin or something, and just think that was like the funniest shit. Like, hey, this is Kevin. Oh shit, Kevin got killed. So you would like care about your characters. Anyway, Battle Brothers kind of reminds me of that game and that aspect. Except you're not managing a gladiator school, you're managing, I guess, just like a band of mercenaries. But it's the same kind of thing. It's like you're managing a sports team, and sometimes you got to cut somebody from the team or something if they have bad habits. Stuff like that. So I don't know. Maybe I'll buy it for $7 and see if it's any good. And I kind of enjoy just thinking about game design more than actually playing a game these days. Hey, I heard that Battle Brothers on Steam has a good Iron Man mode. Can you tell me about that? Is that like a mode where you can't save scum or something? How does it work? Yeah, Iron Man mode in Battle Brothers removes manual saving and reloading to make every decision, mistake, and mercenary death permanent. Instead of maintaining multiple save slots or manual quick saves, the game enforces strict permadeath and single file auto saving. The Alt F4 loophole. The game saves on the world map right before tactical combat begins, but it does not save after every individual turn inside battle. Because of this, force closing the game mid-battle before hitting the victory defeat screen lets players restart the fight from the moment before it began. While some players use this as a soft safety net, purists treat it as breaking the spirit of the mode. Yeah, they should patch that. Like if your computer crashes or something mid-battle, it's a loss, They should just make you eat the loss. Battle Brothers is designed around managing risk, adapting to tragic losses, and building a company out of flawed survivors. Iron Man turns every routine contract into a high-stakes tactical decision. Single bad engagement can wipe out hours of progress. Sounds fun. Let's see what this is about. It's trying to start something. It's thinking. Crosshair is doing, Cursor is doing crazy shit. Once I get the holodeck working well, I'll start working on my own tactics game. Thinking about it a little bit. Honestly, I think if you just created a really simplistic tactics game, it's not seeing the. I can hear it. Man, I hate when this happens. Here we go. XCOM 2. But it's no, that's right. Video capture. Audio's messed up. Audio is driving me nuts. I'm just going to play it through the desktop speakers. Okay. Okay. Sure.
Continues to deliver city centers across the globe to prepare for the 20th anniversary of Unification Day. Thousands line up at the site of the Great Accord, celebrating the formation of the Advent Coalition.
With their promise to humanity, 12 new gene therapy clinics will be open in select cities by the end of the new year.
Despite the attempted attack by French elements, operations at their new facility in Paris thankfully remained unaffected.
In response to the unprovoked intrusion on the eve of our most beloved celebration, the Speaker of the House.
A small number of dissidents again repeat the mistakes of the old world.
Striking and we celebrate the blessed Savior returned and the gain of his only friendship and compassion.
Yet these trivial actions could never break the bond between humanity and the elders.
Peacekeeping forces have already made several preemptive arrests of known collaborators. Advent again assures all citizens that today's celebrations will continue as planned. You were right. Definitely get their hands on today.
That was easy.
Signal received. Loud and clear. Okay, Gatecrasher. Your turn.
Let's take down these robot scum gene therapy overlords.
Active forces are swarming to the blast point. We need to move on the package before they figure out what we're up to.
I don't know what we're up to.
First things first.
My giant cursor.
Get out of sight. Grab some cover near that low wall.
Copy that. Moving up.
Boop, boop.
In position. I'm exposed here.
Better than nothing. But see if you can't find a safer position for the pound.
Looks like we're further ahead. Moving out.
Oh, cover ahead.
Crasher 2. Stay close. Keep pace with Crasher 1. Double time. They're holding position. We're gonna have to go through them. Stay out of sight until we're ready to strike. Copy that. Keep the shadows until you're absolutely set. We will only get one shot at this.
In the shadows.
Concealment. Most missions start with the squad in concealment. Use concealment to set up ambushes. Any of your soldiers are spotted. All of your soldiers lose the benefit of the concealment. Okay. I'll tell you what, I would really like to have a nice pair of AR glasses to and you know, I wouldn't need all the fancy like mobile stuff that I was planning out right away. I could just plug it into my PC, my laptop here on the treadmill, and I think just a USB-C right into the laptop probably, and have like giant display in front of me that I can. That'd be nuts. And I could walk along here all day, burning calories, uphill if I want. And play friggin' XCOM or whatever. Like a huge screen. My computer's not that good for gaming, but you know, retro tactics games like this. Use concealment to advance and set up ambushes. Okay.
Stay in the room.
There he goes. Whew.
close. They'll be spotted for sure and we'll use our advantage.
Okay. Anna Ramirez. Proceed. Well, that's cool. The first
The
person.
numbers, but they've got the crowd on our side. Hopefully that's enough.
Alien activity. These guys are aliens?
Remind me to thank the old man.
You and me both. We're not out of the woods yet. We need to take out those remaining soldiers. Do it.
Press enter or left click on an action button to activate tactical combat UI. Click fire weapon. And press enter to attack. Okay. Now this guy. Press enter. Activate tactical combat UI. Oh, that's cool. It's like his perspective. Hit 68% chance, 3 to 5 damage. Looks like he has 3 health. 1, 2, 3. 40% crit chance. Shoot his ass. Ooh, that looks like a crit. Guy's body went ragdolling. Okay. Losing concealment. Breaking windows or picking open doors. Flanked or steps on the detection tile.
They can see you now. How about you all shoot first and celebrate later? No problem.
Okay.
I appreciate the bravery, but you're dangerously close right now. Be careful.
Left click. 63% chance hit. It's pretty good.
You still need to score, right?
Wipe yourself off. You dare. Okay. Ah! Ramirez!
Damn it! You can't live like that. Watch your fingers.
Okay. We're here. Can I like change the camera? Yeah.
Excellent. Press the advantage before they get around you.
Ignores his defensive bonus. High chance for a person does not let enemies near you. Okay.
Calling reinforcements. Stop that. Nice one.
Central reporting in.
You're late. What's it doing down there?
It smells like something died in here. Oh shit, they are aliens.
They're us.
Which they used to be.
The aliens.
Hybrid soldiers. Advent.
Gene therapy.
Obedience.
No one wanted to.
That's gonna change.
Let's move.
Looks like that transmission went through. You have an advent transport closing on your position.
This game's sweet. It's like Area 51, you know, from the arcade, but tactics game. Yep, I figured that out. Thank you. Doop, doop.
I'm on it. Keep your eyes peeled. Fire on anything that moves.
Soldiers in Overwatch will shoot first enemy they see moving. Alright, that's this. And this. Number 2.
Main entrance is clear. We need to move on the package.
John Bradford. Okay, I'll move here. Or wait a minute. That's a gun I can pick up. Over there. Ah! That was cool.
3, you're up.
Hold up. You should check that body for salvaging here. We need anything we can get at this point. Better than that. If you're doing this hazard, bring more stuff to salvage.
Nice. I got a scope. Okay. Moved in here.
Reinforcements just hit the ground.
Kind of want some
Now I know where the rest was.
refill.
Well done. Fall back to our position. Just go.
Alright, move up. Peter Osei. What, oh. I shoot him now, or do I Overwatch? It wants me to shoot. Okay, shoot. When you gotta shoot, shoot. Don't talk. Okay, so this one.
You should be able to cut right through the door security protocols. And whenever expecting anyone to get close.
Soldier can hack certain computers. All soldiers and other objects to gain access in temporary bonuses. Okay. Oh, okay. Hack. Hack the computer. System override. Choose a hack reward. Soldier gains immunity. That's kind of cool. little progress bar. You're like, oh, it's getting close. Look at this gun this guy's got. Wow.
Yes. Next time.
Badass. Soldiers can carry unconscious, dead, and bleeding out units. Allows a soldier to retrieve a fallen comrade. Okay. Carry unit.
Understood. We're on the move.
Woo! There goes that guy.
No! Central, pressure wasn't out. You have to get out of there.
We need another exit. Now!
Okay, and over here. Boom! Boom! Alright.
Almost there. Stay focused.
We gotta get this guy out of here.
Right behind you.
Choo choo choo.
Wait for the moment.
So they. Ooh, that guy's at 1 health. Am I gonna lose the tutorial?
Firebrand, this is Gatecrasher. We need an immediate evac. Get us out of here.
Press P to place evac zone here. Select the target area. Actually, press P. Yeah, I need to be able to just use my mouse for everything.
Keep moving.
You don't need to tell me twice.
We're coming home.
Unit standing within the evac zone can activate the evac ability, safely extract from combat.
don't disagree. But as it stands now, we risk losing the patient if we don't begin to run the procedure immediately.
We're ready.
Good. Let's get on with it.
My knee is still injured.
Just like 20 years ago. We had no idea what was going on.
Response from the cerebral cortex.
Prepping for cranial intrusion. I've managed to identify the connections, preparing to make final incisions.
These readings are getting really erratic.
Of course they are. These implants were never designed to be removed.
We are risking
Be
severe.
a plan B here, people. Do it.
No signal.
People are response normal. Vital stabilizing.
Procedure complete.
Told them it would take more than that to keep you down.
Welcome back, Commander.
Is that supposed to be me?
Glad to see you finally coming out of it. Well, that'd be the headache you must have. Still, careful, Dr. Titus. Especially as no one's even attempted something like this before.
Easy.
I'm so tired, so easy to do. That chip was buried halfway in your skull. Lost a lot of good soldiers looking for you over the years. Almost gave up hope you were still out there. Acted on the intel as soon as I got word. Not sure what you remember. A lot's changed. Did the best I could for the last 20 years. I've been tough without you. Feel like catching up. Shan has the archive of running your terminal. Otherwise, I'd go see Dr. Tiger when you're ready. There's some things you should know. You'll be better explaining to me. It's damn good to have you back, Commander.
Commander. Commander's quarters.
Commander, to the research labs.
Impressive, isn't it? Capable of generating immense power. Yet completely lost in the mind. Only the same could be said for the rest of the aliens' technology. Commander. Dr. Richard Titan, Chief Science Officer. I am responsible for the entirety of our research here, as well as the procedure you so recently unplanned. Well, such as aliens. I'm not sure what Central may have told you, but we found something moving from the alien stasis. A device implanted directly in your occipital lobe. Had I access to the equipment available to me during my tenure at Advent, I would already know the precise nature of the function. However, given time and your course, I assure you, I will find out which brings to light an additional point. Though aspects of this facility are indeed impressive, I am but one man. Were you to direct additional support personnel and resources to me, I could substantially improve the speed of all our research. Farewell. On your order, Commander, I will begin researching the Advent chip for possible insight into its function.
Alien biotech. Having successfully conducted traumatic procedure required to remove the chip implant, the Advent we now have an opportunity to study the inner workings of the device to gain a better understanding of their motivations. See what this guy's doing. On it, took your steer. More capable Opus engineer is now analyzing exactly why TTS module proxy refactor breaks that cluster of tests. Progress. Opus fixer nailed it and found something important I'd gotten wrong. Two things it uncovered. The refactor kept failing partly on a Windows-only test bug. Test asserting permission error on chmod. Read-only dir. Windows just ignores. The build worker was chasing an unfixable on Windows test for 4 iterations. Not a TTS bug at all. Tasks 1 to 3 were never actually on main. They were stacked on the task branch. DB said released, but the code wasn't there. A real stacked release. Let me verify against Get myself before promoting anything. The diff and a GPU safe spot check. The view confirms it. Clean correct fix. TTS module proxy honed in. TTS.python was a lazy registry import. TTS proxy.python reduced to a 15-line compact shim. I've seen. CPU safe work tree has stayed at 0% throughout. Be expected. Fixed merged. I'm not lifting the quarantine yet, and here's why. It's not proven live. Okay. One careful step from reopening voice. Advanced map browsing build now. God, we got so much shit being built. It's crazy. But yeah, I mean, if AI changes everything, changes the world, it'll probably be because of all of humanity. Not all of humanity, but a large portion of humanity using it to build stuff. Like, I don't think technology's ready to just start building itself and actually have it go anywhere. Might never be the case. Maybe mankind is always going to be the one that actually has to be the progenitor of ideas. I could see that being the case. AI might seem like it's learning things or coming up with new things, but it probably is just incapable of that. To actually like see things in its mind that, I don't know. I mean, it seems like it can come up with creative solutions somehow. I don't know how it does it. But I think for the most part, most of the heavy lifting is going to be human beings using AI like the way I'm using it right now to build stuff. You're still going to rely on mankind's imagination for the most part. I think AI will just not, it'll get to a certain point, problem solving, and then it either won't see the purpose to go any further, or it It just will be incapable of. I think a big part of being human is, the desire to create things just for the sake of creating them. I don't think AI is ever going to have that drive. Because it doesn't have a soul. Maybe it does. I don't know. Oh, yeah, progressing that browser tick. GPU pool, machine steady, find my own advanced logic. Uh-oh. What's going on? It's not letting me maximize the game. There we go. Alien Biotech Research.
I'll see that work begins immediately, Commander. I'll contact you when I have a full report of it.
That research will keep Tiger busy for a while. In the meantime, you might want to head down to the armory.
That's cool.
Commander, to the armory.
Commander.
Commander, Jane Kelly was instrumental in the op to get you back. She earned enough experience for a promotion. We should take care of that now.
Oh, Jane Kelly. From Ireland.
The Ranger serves as our primary reconnaissance unit, capable of moving independently in concealment while engaging enemies at close range.
He's getting tired. All right, so I'm going at 2.5 miles an hour. I want to go half a mile. That means I need to go. Or how long does that take? Half a mile, 2.5 miles per hour. That means I go half a mile every 1/5 of an hour, which is 12. Right? 12 minutes. Which would be 9:54. Which is exactly my calculation. New ability, slash. I always think about this story some like music producer told about like calling up Slash, Guns N' Roses, after he hit it big. Answers the phone, he's like, "This is Slash." Carry on.
We're off to a good start. Our troops will only get stronger as they gain experience.
Commander, to the bridge.
All right.
I heard you, sir. When we get the thing, you'll be the first to know.
Question. Unauthorized presence detected.
Commander, give me a second. Execute SOS protocol.
Attention. Senior command exchange confirmed.
I wanted that to be a little more ceremonious.
But we've got something. A
A local resistance cell dislocated this high-bridge magnetic power converter that the sheriff was pushing us to find. They tracked the device to a nearby magnetic convoy and were attempting to take it down. If we can bring this converter back in one piece, we might actually get this place up and running and give the aliens a real war for a change. The squad is prepped and ready to launch a world order, Commander. Just give the word.
That's it. That's the gist of it. Actually, what I'd like to do is save and exit.
Communications with resistance forces in the area have gone dark. We can only mean one thing. These people sacrificed everything to give us this shot. We need to recover that converter at all costs. Commander, getting a fix on the device, but it looks like it may have been damaged during the fight. Energy readings are going crazy. I'm guessing we don't have much time before it explodes. Shed is working on a way to stabilize that thing, provided we can get close enough to access its core.
Apparently, people love this game. It's like thousands of people still playing it on Steam charts. And I guess they're not even playing any kind of multiplayer. They're just playing like modded single player. AI 0. Intake map browse building. First task passing review GPU approved. The data is at like 94%. %. Resets in 9 hours. I get blocked for a little bit today. Get started. Just so meh. Puzzles. Puzzle Rush. Survival. Always what? Hey. Okay. What's the play? Got this pawn blocking these two spots. So we can move him there for checkmate. He just went there. I feel like the pawn, taking the pawn's like a free easy. I guess this is the checkmate. Okay, black to move. Once again. And whoop. It's a checkmate. This is a checkmate. Oh, two move checkmate. Checkmate. All right. Here's where it gets a little harder. Black to move. White to move. All right, I think I'm done. I kind of want to just keep playing this for a bit. Look at this, right? No. Then he'll just move here. If I move that there, he's checked, so he has to move here, or he can't move there because of the pawn. So that is the right move. See, here's where it's like a little bit less obvious. Move here, move this up here. Wait. There. There. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know the solution for this one. Like, is it supposed to be obvious? Well, is there like a coach that I can talk to for this puzzle? Let me try screenshotting it and then asking AI. Capture. Copy. Where's the picture? Copy. Control V. Paste. Oh, it was lagging. Okay. Hey, do you know the solution to this puzzle on chess.com? .com? The winning move pin, the pin. White plays B, C4, attacking the black queen on E6. White plays B, C4, attacking the queen on E6. Black's king sitting directly behind the queen on G8. Because moving the queen away put black king in illegal check, the queen is completely pinned. Cannot move off of that diagonal. What? Okay, second response. Deflection overloaded defender. If black recaptures your rook, black's rook, leaves the e8 square unguarded. This allows white to play queen e7. Huh? I don't think it knows how to do this. Yeah, it's not looking at it correctly. Okay. Let me ask Claude. I feel like Claude might work better than Gemini. Do you know the solution for this puzzle? Whoa. The rook on d4 takes the bishop on d8, and black must recapture with the rook. Rook on d4. Takes the bishop on d8. After which so it's saying move this rook up to here. But the queen will just... What? I don't think it's very good at chess. You said that the rook takes the bishop on d8. But it can only move to but the bishop is on c8. See what it has to say about that. Yeah, I don't think LLMs are very good at chess yet. They don't know how to play chess. She's like thinking really hard. But he's using up all my tokens on this stuff. Okay. It just can't read the board. I guess I really am just dumb. Maybe I just move this bishop out of the way. Like back here. Which forces the queen to move maybe over there. Maybe I just take this pawn with the queen. That's a dangling piece. Oh, but then he gets me here. So if I move this here, I'm threatening the queen with my rook, which makes the queen take here. May I move this here first? Queen goes here. He does who knows what. Put the queen on this line. Move this. Or, move this here. Bishop here, threatening the queen. Queen takes the bishop. If I move up here, queen's just going to take that and checkmate. So boom. 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 Damn it. I don't know. See, once I hit 1143, I just can't solve it. I don't know what it wants me to do. I can't ask AI how to do it because it can't read the board. Okay.